Everyone. The Senate is out of recess. I call the Senate to order, and I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Jean Beniste.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am a father of Reverend Jean Beniste. I am an immigrant. I come from Haiti. I serve as the rector of St. Paul Episcopal Church, or senior priest, at this congregation here in Concord, New Hampshire. It is both a pleasure for me to be here with you, and it is an honor to be part of this session with you this morning to lead you in this devotion. Let us now pause for a moment of silence and reflect on the values that bind us together: compassion, justice, love, and peace. Today, as we open this session, we also want to take a moment to honor the memory of Christopher C.G. Girard, whose dedication to our community and service to others will never be forgotten. May we carry forward his spirit of kindness, respect, and perseverance in all we do. We send our heartful thoughts and condolences to Shannon Girard and the entire family during this difficult time. May CG's soul find peace. God, the source of all wisdom, we gather here today with thankful heart for the chance to serve the wonderful people of New Hampshire. We seek for your wisdom and support as we come together in this space. May we be open to understanding one another, clear in our choices, and filled with a strong sense of fairness and kindness for everyone. Let us join together to seek the best outcomes for everyone, appreciating our unique qualities and collaborating in the spirit of harmony. We should always strive to act with honesty, respect, and humility, aiming to find solutions that recognize each person's value. We ask for blessing upon our leaders, the communities they serve, the task before us. May we be instruments of peace and bring about positive change in our world. In your name, we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd ask everybody to remain standing for a moment of silence for our Concord's firefighter, C.J. Girard, who was the husband of our assistant clerk, Shannon Girard. Thank you all. Senator Prentice will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we will have our introduction of guests, and I'm going to call Senator Fenton to come up and bring his guests and introduce them.
Thank you, Madam President. Come on up, folks. Come on up here, guys. Come on, call away. Thank you all so much. Today we come together to honor the life and service of Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl, a dedicated officer, a loving husband and father, and a hero who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Jesse devoted his career to protecting the people of New Hampshire, starting in Hooksett and rising to the rank of Staff Sergeant with the New Hampshire State Police. He was known for his unwavering commitment to public safety, his leadership, and the deep respect he earned from his fellow officers. On October 28, 2021, Jesse was tragically taken from us. His loss is immeasurable, but his legacy endures not only in the memories of those who knew and loved him, but in the work we continue to do to ensure the safety of our law enforcement officers and the citizens they protect. This legislation we hope to pass today is in his honor and will help safeguard the lives of those who put themselves in harm's way every day to keep our communities safe. It is a tribute to Jesse's service and a promise that his sacrifice will never be forgotten. We are deeply grateful to have Jesse's wife here, Nicole, with us today. Nicole, your strength and bravery are an inspiration to us all. I'd also like to acknowledge Jesse and Nicole's children, Peyton and Quinn, who could not join us today. Thank you for allowing us to honor Jesse and his extraordinary service. We also have here Colonel Mark Hall, Major Brendan Davey, Captain Matthew Amatucci, Captain Vincent Greco, Lieutenant Joseph Ronke, and Lieutenant Storm. I really want to thank them for their work on this bill. They're the true ones behind this. May we always remember Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl and strive to uphold the values and dedication, courage and selflessness that he exemplified. I'm going to read the resolution we have prepared here in the Senate for. A resolution recognizing Staff Sergeant Jesse E. Cheryl. Whereas Staff Sergeant Jesse E. Cheryl was born on August 2nd, 1977 in Exeter, New Hampshire, and whereas Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl attended Barrington Elementary and Middle Schools and graduated from Dover High School, and whereas Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl began working as a full-time officer with the Hooksett Police Department in 2001, and whereas Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl spent his entire career as a law enforcement officer in New Hampshire, and whereas Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl rose to the rank of Staff Sergeant with the New Hampshire State Police and was known throughout law enforcement community for his dedication to public service. And whereas Staff Sergeant Cheryl was fatally struck by a tractor trailer while working a construction detail on Interstate 95 in Portsmouth on October 28, 2021. And whereas Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl's untimely death left behind a wife, Nicole, and two children, Peyton and Quinn. And whereas the Senate Transportation Committee unanimously recommended Senate Bill 273 ought to pass on February 11, 2025 in honor of Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl. Now, therefore, be resolved that the New Hampshire Senate extends our deepest gratitude to Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl for the life of his service to this state, and further extends our deepest sympathies to Nicole, Peyton Quinn, and the entire Cheryl family for their loss. Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any other introduction of guests? Senator Ricciardi?
Thank you, Madam President. I have one of our town councilors from Bedford, New Hampshire, Councilor Phil Griazzo, up in the gallery.
We also have two pages, gentlemen, if you'd both turn around and face the body, who are guests of Senator Sullivan. Would you please introduce your guests?
This is on the left in the cool leather jacket. This is my son, Seamus Sullivan, and his classmate, Wolf Hieronymus, and they are both from Holy Family Academy.
What? Okay. Okay, please, everyone be seated. Without objection, today's fiscal note report is adopted. Okay. Okay. We do have some bills that are being removed from the consent calendar. First, in the Committee on Commerce, Senate Bill 87. In Education, Senate Bill 99. In Election Law and Municipal Affairs, Senate Bill 225. In Energy and Natural Resources, Senate Bill 65. In Energy, Senate Bill 227. In ED&A, Senate Bill 56. In HHS, Senate Bill 17. In HHS, Senate Bill 119. In HHS, Senate Bill 120. In HHS, Senate Bill 130. In Judiciary, Senate Bill 290. Okay. Without objection, the following bills, pardon? Okay, I'm sorry, there's one more bill that's coming off of consent in transportation. That is Senate Bill 151. Okay, without objection, the following bills are special ordered to the next session. In Health and Human Services, Senate Bill 130. In Transportation, Senate Bill 151. And in Commerce, Senate Bill 84. Senator Birdsall moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as followed. Fiscal note bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. So now we're going to move on to the regular calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 273 FN, an act relative to motorist duties when approaching highway emergencies involving a stopped or standing vehicle. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Fenton for the committee.
Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have to reiterate everything I said, but I do move Senate Bill 273 ought to pass, otherwise known as Cheryl's Law. This bill is in honor of Staff Sergeant Jesse Cheryl, who made the ultimate sacrifice while serving our state, and I urge all of my colleagues to join the Transportation Committee in support of the motion of ought to pass. Thank you.
The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? I believe that there is a floor amendment. Half of it says here floor amendment. No. Okay, just want to make sure. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 273. FN, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay, but just someone's knocking on the door.
We had kids up there.
Where's the,
That's what
yeah.
I was trying to.
Okay. 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 I recognize Senator McHugh for the introduction of guests.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. It's my privilege to introduce the Heron Pond Elementary School from Milford, the 4th grade class. Welcome to the Senate.
Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 399, an act establishing a commission to study the New Hampshire Zoning Enable Act. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 399 ought to pass with amendment. This bill would establish a commission to study the New Hampshire Zoning Enabling Act, which has been in effect for 100 years. Given the necessity for more housing in New Hampshire, this act deserves a comprehensive review. The committee amendment would adjust the membership of the commission, amend the effective date for the recently passed CPACER bill to upon passage, and clarify that municipalities include unincorporated towns and unorganized places for the purposes of the CPACER program. The Commerce Committee respectfully asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 399. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Perkins Coca?
I'll speak on the bill as amended.
Thank you. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 399. Are you ready for the question? Senator Perkins Coca.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say I think this has been a bipartisan effort. I know it's a chance to, in the middle of the housing crisis, look at how zoning can work for our communities and also support the development of housing. So I appreciate the bipartisan work and bicameral work to make this a truly representative committee, and I look forward to the work. Thank you.
Perkins Coca. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. Okay. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay, okay. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 399, having been ordered to a third reading, be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and be ordered by the Senate to be passed at the present time in the early session. Thank you, Madam President.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. That's it. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam. The Committee on Children, Family Law, to which was referred, Senate Bill 72 FN, an act establishing a Parents' Bill of Rights in Education. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 2-1. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 72 FN ought to pass with amendment. The purpose of this bill is to establish a parental bill of rights in education. It takes all current legislation spread across different chapters in New Hampshire statutes and consolidates them into one section. This will make it easier for parents to access and understand. It requires all educational institutions to provide in writing and on their website notice of these rights to parents at the beginning of each academic year. This clarifies the rights of parents so they do not need a law degree to understand them. This bill also supports the due process clause of the 14th Amendment, which protects the fundamental rights of parents to direct the care, upbringing, and education of their children. The bill was amended to correct some technical errors and clarify portions of SB 72 FN's language. It requires that school personnel must present a reasonable belief supported by clear and convincing evidence of parental misconduct in order for a parent's rights to be infringed upon. The legislation is important to parents and the state. Therefore, I ask the Senate to join the Children and Family Law Committee in supporting the passage of SB 72 FN as amended, and I request a roll call. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Sullivan. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed say no. No. Okay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Long?
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to thank my colleague from District 2 in bringing this forward. I absolutely agree that parents ought to be notified of their parental rights, and I think this bill does that. The concerns I have with this bill is compelling state interests for a school personnel to have compelling state interests, which says objectively reasonable beliefs. However, it's with clear and convincing evidence. I am of the opinion that that wipes out the objectively reasonable belief. School personnel must be educated in each parent's final divorce decree. How do I know which parents, in the cases of divorces, which parent would get the information? How do I know which parent, by their final divorce decree, would not be allowed any of this information? Now, this is not only teachers, this is also coaches, this is janitors. The City of Manchester has an Office of Youth Services, which work with the schools. This would include them. So that, to me, is complicating the matter. My other issue is pertaining to trusted adults. As a coach, for 33 years, I would always have kids coming up to me and telling me personal things that they wouldn't tell their parents. I would listen to them. I would advise them as best I can. However, my concern with this, with respect to trusted adults, is I don't want that information. You know, do I need to tell a child coming up to me, a student coming up to me with something personal? Please don't tell me that, because I may have to tell one of your parents. I think, in these times more than ever, trusted adult is an important part of any youth's moving forward. And as far as the amendment goes, it removes language of fundamental rights of student. It removes language of children themselves also enjoy fundamental rights in this state as protected by state and federal constitution, which includes privacy. So it removes that language. It also removes any school or entity that directly or indirectly receives state funds. So this is taxpayer dollars. Any school receiving taxpayer dollars ought to be subject to parental rights, given parents their rights. It also, so this limits parental rights to public schools only, not any school that receives public dollars. The ability of schools, it also removes the ability of schools to be reimbursed tax dollars spent on litigation. If the parent succeeds, then the district pays their attorney fees and other things. However, it removes that a school district would be reimbursed tax dollars that they had to spend in litigating this. So for that, I am, I know there's a frivolous suit that the district may be able to bring forward. However, it's a higher bar with a frivolous lawsuit, and a state or government entity that would be doing that would, the bar would be even higher. So with that, I'm opposed to Senate Bill 72. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Long. Senator Abbas to speak to the amendment.
Yes, in the amendment that is being presented, I rise in opposition. When we heard this before the committee, the issue of the burden of proof, that is clear and convincing evidence. There was some suggestion of making a preponderance of the evidence, but all the testimony we got was that they thought clear and convincing evidence was too confusing. Now, if that's too confusing, I'm not sure why preponderance of the evidence would be any less confusing. These are both legal operative terms. They're terms commonly used when discussing evidentiary standards. We were not presented with anything other than that, and therefore I don't believe we should change that. In respect to the issue of, when there's a divorce or there's, something like that involves a parenting plan, it is the practice and custom that you provide any parenting plan to the school, so the school's informed. That's best for the child. I know the attorneys normally do that. They'll provide it, so they know which parent is responsible for picking up which child on certain days. That would resolve that issue, and that's something that's commonly done. In respect to excluding private schools from this, that was the intent of the initial legislation. We made it a point to actually exclude them. When someone sends their children to school, a private school, that's the parent's choice, and they understand the difference between that and the public school. So the legal fees, the custom, it's really throughout the entire country that a party, if you're a plaintiff and you pursue litigation, and if you were to not be successful in that claim, it's not the custom that you would pay the other side's legal fees. All right? So we didn't find it to be appropriate for that to be in this legislation. Now, there is a claim if it's a completely frivolous lawsuit, it has no merit to it whatsoever, that's an existing remedy in the courts that someone can bring. So we didn't find it necessary to put that, have an exception for any litigation involving this. And in respect to taking out the section that involves the children's constitutional rights, well, those constitutional rights exist. We did not need to restate an existing constitutional right in this bill. We thought where it created more confusion than anything else, but it does not eliminate that constitutional right. That exists irregardless of this bill. So please join me, support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass, but vote down this floor amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion or amendment. Senator Long?
Thank you, Madam President. I offer floor amendment 2025-0664S.
Do we have it?
That is the one I just passed out. 0664?
Yes.
of reporting that's contained in this bill could be improved. So currently, the language asks for a standard of clear and convincing evidence in order for a trusted adult to keep information or to act on information of abuse and make sure that children are staying safe. And so what we are proposing in Floor Amendment 664S is to change that standard of evidence from clear and convincing evidence to a preponderance of the evidence, and we want to do that to make it consistent with the standard that DCYF uses in their work, and also make it consistent with what the standard would be in civil cases. So by adopting a higher standard of clear and convincing evidence, what we're asking is for trusted adults to look the other way when our social workers would be further investigating, when our court cases feel that it's worth acting. So I don't know why we would take a different standard into the school setting. So we were hoping this to be something we could work together on to improve the outcomes for children. I think lastly, we just want to make sure that the idea of cost is raised here. School districts will have to absorb the cost of dealing with and administering these cases, and so making sure that we're fully aware of the costs that we're asking our school districts to fully absorb is important. So I ask for your vote on Floor Amendment 664S.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Coca. Senator Abbas to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam President, and I rise in opposition to Floor Amendment 0664S. No one's asking trusted adults to look another direction. No one is saying that. All that we're saying, if there is going to be an infringement on parental rights, that in order to do that, that trusted adult would now have to go to someone in the school. It would have to go to the principal or to their designee and report what they have, express their concerns about this, making that disclosure to the family, to the parents, and it has to be then signed off by a second person. By holding a higher burden of proof, a higher evidentiary standard, the reason why we are doing that is that if you're going to infringe on someone's parental rights, it needs to be a strong, strong reason for doing it, supported by strong evidence. And that's how you preserve parental rights. And this would lower that standard. And when they say it makes it a better bill, it's not really an explanation why. Again, all we heard was clear and convincing evidence was confusing. That was the argument. But preponderance of the evidence is not confusing. If you can understand one, you can understand the other one. So please join me, vote against this floor amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment 0664S? Senator Perkins-Coca?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just make the point that what we're trying to define here is a compelling state interest. Clearly, it's enough of a compelling state interest for the DCYF, which is a state agency, and for courts to act. So I don't see why we need to change the standard for compelling state interest in this case. Thank you. Thank
you, Senator. Again, is there any further discussion on amendment number 0664S? Okay, seeing none, are you ready for the question? Okay, there's been a roll call requested by Senator Rosenwald, seconded by Senator Prentice. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McGue.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsell.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins-Coca.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
Senator Carson.
No. Okay. The vote is 8 yeses, no 16, the amendment has failed. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay? Okay, hold on. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 72FN. Senator Sullivan has already requested a roll call. Is there a second? Senator Lang? Okay. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. Okay. The count is 16 yeses and 8 noes. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 34, an act relative to the parental consent for student participation in Medicaid to Schools program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 34 ought to pass. Senate Bill 34 establishes clear guidelines for parental consent in relation to services provided under Medicaid for students in our schools. Each new service provided to a student, as designated by the Medicaid International Classification of Disease Diagnostic Code, shall only be provided when written parental consent is obtained. Additionally, Senate Bill 34 establishes that the annual report produced by the Department of Health and Human Services Commissioner regarding the enrollment and total costs of the Medicare to Schools program to be provided to the chairpersons of the House and Senate Committee on Education and Health and Human Services. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation motion of ought to pass for Senate Bill 34. Thank you, Madam President, and if I just may speak further.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice? Okay. Senator Abbas?
I love to speak, Madam President, so
Okay.
I might as well keep going.
Okay.
So what this really comes down to, if there's a change in any of the services that the school is going to provide that's covered by Medicaid, it's to get the parent's consent before implementing that change. When medical decisions are made, any type, the standard is always informed consent. That's what a physician has to provide, informed consent. When we're dealing with children, parents should have the right to provide their consent when there's a change. And all this is doing is ensuring that the parents are making informed decisions for their children. And that cannot be done if you don't have to get their consent to do it. And this ensures that that will happen. So please join me and support the ought to pass motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Senator Prentice?
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I rise in opposition to the committee motion and ought to pass. I want to speak to the potential unintended consequences of passing this legislation and provide some further clarification on consent. So what we're talking about here is that there are 2 tracks that we're on. I drew myself these diagrams, but I'm just going to wing this. We have 2 tracks that we're on. When you as a parent have a child in the school system and they are in need of special education services, so here I'm going to speak specifically to an individual education plan, an IEP. Okay, the parents are engaged in that conversation. There is an assessment that is performed, and all of the potential services that they could receive are outlined at that time and are either consented to, all of them, or maybe a parent doesn't want to consent to all of them, so they could pick and choose. But there is a consent at the point for the special education, the IEP services. In the next track is a Medicaid consent. There are families in the state that are, we know we're going to talk about Medicaid more today, we talk about it all of the time, where families in the state that are eligible for Medicaid. And where this applies, where it crosses over here, is that at the time when the families consent for the IEP and all or some of the services, if they are Medicaid eligible, they have the opportunity, they're asked to consent then for Medicaid. So they do consent for the services that they have already agreed to. And again, if they don't agree, they have withdrawn them at that time. What this does is allows, and I'll tell you what the bill does, but this process as it is today allows for any time, anything that's already been, any service, not new service, at the onset of the plan has been consented to, Medicaid, if they're eligible, can be billed and can reimburse the school system or the organization. It might be a community health center that is providing, say, speech, some speech therapy. They can get reimbursed for that. And when they get reimbursed for that by Medicaid, it means that that service is covered and that the local taxpayer, and this is where the unintended consequence comes in, because the parents have already agreed to this, the service is going to be provided, we have the opportunity, and it's already been consented, to get Medicaid to reimburse for this. If it's not reimbursed, then who picks up the cost? Those of us in the communities will ultimately pick up this cost. Okay? At any time, a parent can withdraw consent for any of the services in the IEP, or they can pull them for Medicaid. Now, if we pass this bill, what it will require, and again, the consents have been established, is that at any time, what's already been agreed to is being billed for, needs to be billed for reimbursement, parents would have to give a second level of consent. Okay, so there is the administrative burden. There's some discussion about, availability of parents that are working, that might not be readily available to a school system for the second level of consent, and we did hear from the Manchester School District and specifically said the second level of consent creates an administrative burden, and if we can't get that because we can't locate the parent who's already consented to these services and to be have Medicaid billed for it, then we can't provide them, and then we have to absorb that cost. So I'd just like you to think about this there's an unintended consequence. There are two tracks. The consents have all been obtained. They can be withdrawn at any time. And again, if there's I just want to go back if there's a new service that hasn't been agreed to in an IEP, they would have to get consent for that. And it would have to be tied to Medicaid. That's not what we're talking about here. Okay? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 34. Are you ready for the question? Roll call. Senator Birdsall has requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Avard. Okay. Are you ready for the question? Please pay attention to the clerk. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
Senator Rishardi?
Yes.
Senator Fenton?
No.
Senator McGue?
Yes.
Senator Avard?
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald?
No.
Senator Reardon?
No.
Senator Murphy?
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsall?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Carson?
Yes. The vote is 16-8. The ayes have it, and the motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which is referred Senate Bill 100 FN, an act relative to violations of prohibition on teaching discrimination. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by voted 3-2. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 100 FN ought to pass with amendment. As amended, Senate Bill 100 FN clarifies the standard for violations of the prohibition on teaching discrimination in public schools. The amendment ensures that a violation only occurs if an educator intentionally or knowingly teaches or compels a student to express belief in certain prohibited concepts. This change provides clearer guidance for educators while maintaining the state's commitment to an impartial hearing environment. I respectfully ask that you support the majority of the Senate Education Committee's recommended motion of ought to pass with amendment, the Senate Bill 100. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 100's amendment. Fill in the number here. The original hope in bringing a bill regarding the Divisive Concepts Law this session was to cure the issues from the court case. This amendment does nothing. The original version of Senate Bill 100 at least addressed one tiny aspect of what's wrong, and that is eliminating the violation. Yet there are still many issues that remain unaddressed. This piece of legislation does not come close to remedying the rulings of the court case, and it still heavily infringes on a teacher's ability to do their best job. As we saw with the judge's ruling, the only way to solve the issue at hand is to repeal this in its totality. This law has been deemed unconstitutional by a federal judge under the 14th Amendment, and yet we still have not done the due diligence to rectify this situation. It is our job as legislators to uphold the rule of law to the best of our abilities, regardless of politics. And I urge my colleagues to vote down this amendment and continue to work to repeal the Divisive Concepts Law as a whole. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Okay, so a roll call has been requested on the amendment. Okay. On the bill? Okay. Okay. All right. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No? Okay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 100 FN. Are you ready for the question? A roll call has been requested by Senator Lang, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gregg.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Bertzel.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
and Senator Carson.
Yes. Okay. The count is 16 ayes, 8 noes. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate is attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which is referred Senate Bill 102 FN, an act making informational materials regarding type 1 diabetes available on the Department of Education website. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4 to 1. Senator Ward for your committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 102 FN ought to pass. Senate Bill 102 FN directs the Department of Education, in consultation with the Department of Health and Human Services, to make pre-existing informational materials about type 1 diabetes available on the Department of Education website. It also requires local school districts to make this information accessible to parents and students. This bill ensures that families, educators, and school staff have better awareness of type 1 diabetes symptoms and risk factors, improving early detection and treatment for students. I respectfully ask that you support the majority of the Senate Education Committee's recommended motion of ought to pass for Senate Bill 102. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Ward. Okay. The bill is on second reading. Are there any floor amendments to come forward? Okay. We have floor amendment 0778 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 0778S to Senate Bill 102. Senate Bill 102, thank you, has opened a meaningful discussion and found a way for the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services to collaborate on getting meaningful health information out to parents of children who are at risk for type 1 diabetes. There is no argument that this is not a laudable effort. No need to debate whether or not getting good evidence-based information about type 1 diabetes is a good idea. It is. Providing health-related information through the Department of Education in collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services is not new. In fact, the link to information about COVID-19 currently exists on the Department of Education's website, so the back-end work of creating access for the most part of this bill and this amendment is already part of existing infrastructure. This bill, 102, with amendment 0778S, is a policy bill that creates a new avenue of disseminating public health information and a collaboration of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education, which then pushes information, valuable information, to all of our school districts, which will then be compelled to share that in our communities. It's a good way to get information out. This is an important time to share public health information to families with young children. For the first time in 10 years, a child has died of measles. While measles had been declared eliminated from the U.S. in the year 2000, outbreaks persist each year. As of February 27th of this year, a total of 164 measles cases were reported in 9 places: Alaska, California, Georgia, Kentucky, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York City, Rhode Island, Texas. The 130 cases in West Texas and New Mexico include 20 hospitalizations so far. Fewer kindergartners are getting their childhood vaccinations, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which has reported that nationwide, vaccination rates have dropped by 2%. In New Hampshire, childhood vaccination rates are lower than the national average. While the average childhood vaccination rate across the country is 93%, which has fallen from 95%, the vaccination rate in the Texas community experiencing the outbreak where the child died has a vaccination rate of 92%. 95% offers herd immunity, particularly important for vulnerable children. In New Hampshire, our vaccination rate is only 89%. We are flirting with disaster. The highest incidence of mumps in the U.S. are among people ages 1 to 4, where previously it had been in the 18 to 24 range. We had a chickenpox outbreak in 2001, despite having a vaccine since 1995. When the vaccine was first introduced, it declined the number of cases in the United States by 97%, with fewer than 150,000 cases, and yet we see incidences on the rise. Senate Bill 102 is an opportunity for more. Yes, we should be working to get good, timely public health information about childhood illnesses out to as many parents and guardians as possible in the service of protecting children. Type 1 diabetes information absolutely should be shared and pushed out and available, just not to the exclusion of other things, particularly now when we have outbreaks popping up all over the country of other preventable deadly diseases. I ask for your vote for floor amendment 0778. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the floor amendment 2025-0778S. Although I certainly appreciate the discussion of adding other potential diseases and illnesses to this list that we're going to have to provide of information in the schools, understand that this bill is uniquely targeting type 1 diabetes for a reason. One, early detection is critical to the proper care, and it mitigates the complications that can happen. But also, a lot of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are often can be missed or looked over as something else. So someone's feeling tired, oh, they need a good night's sleep. They need to really share all that information. Where all these other diseases, these are something that a pediatrician will regularly discuss with parents, the vaccine schedule. That's all discussed outside. Pediatricians don't normally bring up type 1 diabetes. It's not something brought up, during a routine checkup. So this was really limited to type 1 diabetes for that reason. It's so the schools and the parents can be educated on the early warning signs. And again, we heard a lot of very persuasive testimony on type 1 diabetes, why it will benefit everyone by having this information in the schools. But the rest of this, it's taking away from what the intention of the bill is. It talks about making recommendations on vaccines by the schools. It's going way beyond what the intent of this bill is. So please join me and vote against the floor amendment 0778S. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment number 0778S? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in support of the floor amendment. The thing about communicable diseases is they don't just affect the person who has them. So if a child gets a preventable communicable disease, often the parents will get sick as well or have to miss work to take care of the child. So I think we should think about another unintended consequence. While the department's website is already talking about one communicable disease, I don't think it's unreasonable to talk about 3 others. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. Is there any further discussion on the amendments? Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I'll remind our colleagues that under 141C, we already have compulsory vaccinations and information that parents must provide, and if they don't provide, they have to either claim a medical or religious exemption. If it's a medical exemption, the parents have already had a discussion with their pediatrician in order to get that medical exemption. So I see this as an unneeded law because in order to go into school, you have to be vaccinated. They're going to ask you for your vaccination records for every student registered, or you're going to have to provide the exemption. So the discussion already occurs. The information doesn't need to be provided on the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment 0778? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0778. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 102 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 219 FN, an act requiring the Secretary of State to enter into a membership agreement with the Electronic Registration Information Center. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 219, inexpedient to legislate. This bill requires the Secretary of State to enter into a membership agreement with Electronic Registration Information Center, or ERIC, in an attempt to maintain accurate voter rolls. However, the mandatory requirements of ERIC pose a risk to the privacy of New Hampshire citizens' data. ERIC requires a massive data dump of sensitive information every 60 days of New Hampshire citizens' data, and once that information is shared, New Hampshire can no longer guarantee its security and safety and privacy. The committee also heard concerns over the trends that more states are leaving ERIC than joining ERIC. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee asks for your support on a motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 219. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Perkins-Coca.
Thank you, Madam President. Established in 2012, ERIC, or the Electronic Registration Information Center, is a nonprofit membership organization created by state election officials and run by state election officials. Its intent is to help improve the accuracy of state voter rolls by analyzing voter registration and motor vehicle information and providing reports, all done through secure channels. It allows for state election officials to use reports to provide updates to their voter rolls, remove ineligible voters, investigate potential voting questions, and provide voter registration information to individuals who may be eligible. The importance of ERIC is that it improves election security and helps to keep our voter lists accurate. Enabling our election officials to have this up-to-date information is key to maintaining secure elections. It is nonpartisan, state election official-driven resource. Lastly, we have heard the argument, as my colleague just made, that states have been leaving ERIC, and therefore, why should we join this system at a time states are leaving? When in fact, we know that some of the states that are leaving for partisan reasons, unfortunately, and sometimes to the surprise of their local or state election officials. So creating a problem and then using that problem to create a further problem is not the way that we can build a secure system towards election security. Traditionally, ERIC has been something supported on a bipartisan basis. by organizations including the Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, the National Association of Secretaries of State, Secure Democracy Now!, the League of Women Voters, the Republican Secretary of State of Iowa, Paul Pate, Democratic Secretary of State, Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, Republican Secretary of State of Ohio, Frank LaRose, and Democratic Secretary of State of Maine, Shanna Bellows. The list goes on. ERIC provides secure and reliable vehicle to enhance our election security and keep our lists up to date. Lastly, we also heard the concern raised that this requires the sharing of data by our state officials with this system, and that could be onerous because it has to occur every 60 days. In conversations subsequent to the hearing, I have learned that some of our state agencies update this data as often as daily. So being able to share it would not add an administrative burden. And bilateral agreements cannot do all the work that a multi-state system, which ERIC has had as many as 32 states subscribe to, cannot catch all of those people. While we may be able to enter into a bilateral agreement with Massachusetts, which accounts for 44% of our inbound migration, that still leaves 56% of our voters who could have had their information updated. So I hope you will join me and vote no on inexpedient to legislate so we can continue to move election security forward. Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. Although most of the information that you've just heard is factual, it leaves out a lot. In several years, I have requested that the RSAs in New Hampshire be changed such that the motor vehicles database could transmit the last 4 digits of your Social Security number to make sure that our voter rolls were taken care of. That has been voted down several times based on privacy. The citizens of New Hampshire want their privacy. And having to transmit our data every 60 days, which is what I believe the testimony was, to ERIC does not accomplish that, does not get us where our legislators have said that they want to be. And although it's not explicit in this law, that's the kind of information that now you're going to be forced to give to ERIC. ERIC also requires you to send out postcards to people. I said, well, gee, how come we just don't send the Secretary of State or one of their representatives out to the high school and says, hey guys, you're turning 18 soon or have. Cards are available in the back. Fill them out. We'll take them. And we'll have your clerks in your towns contact you. Why do I need to get ERIC involved? ERIC, and I have looked at it for years, back when we were in the old system that did have some security problems, is not the way for New Hampshire to go. We check the Social Security databases for deaths. We check the permanent changes of addresses for those people that change their address with the post office. We do several things. The last election, there was a rumor that one of the state representatives' mother, who had passed away within a couple of days before the election, got a chance to vote because our system is so lousy, it wouldn't pick it up. Well, guess what? It did pick it up. The Vital Records in New Hampshire has a link into the voter registration and voter database, and it was picked up. Her absentee ballot was actually removed from the stack, and she did not get to vote because of that. So we are already doing a lot of things. We are already doing things to keep our records. There's a bill that'll come before you shortly that talks about the amount of time between looking at the list and purging people who have not voted, et cetera. So we're out there doing those things. ERIC is not the thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gray. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 219. Are there any Are you ready for the question? Okay, roll call has been requested by Senator McHugh, seconded by Senator Avard. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice. No. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon. No. Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No?
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. Please pay attention. Senator McHugh has introduction of guests.
Thank you, Madam President. It's once again my honor to welcome to the New Hampshire Senate some guests from the Heron Pond Elementary School of Milford, the 4th grade class. Welcome to the New Hampshire Senate.
The Senate will be in recess until 1 o'clock. come out of recess. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yes, I know. Okay. We are currently going to take up the bills coming out of the executive departments and administration, and we're going to be taking up Senate Bill 188. And the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 188 FN, an act allowing independent permitting and inspections and allowing local governments to authorize licensed engineers and architects to perform building code inspections. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment, a vote of 5-0. Senator Reardon for the committee.
Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 188 FN ought to pass as amended. This bill allows independent, licensed third parties hired by the property owner to inspect lands, buildings, and structures to determine compliance with state and local building codes. The bill establishes private providers as an alternative to local enforcement agencies for conducting building code inspections and plan reviews. The committee heard testimony from the New Hampshire home builders that this bill would be a practical solution to ease staffing constraints in municipalities and reduce wait time for inspections. Given the ongoing housing crisis faced by our state, the committee felt this was a reasonable change to eliminate a barrier to home building. The Executive Department and Administration Committee asks your support of the motion of ought to pass as amended.
Reardon. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Okay, the ayes have it. The bill is on second reading. Is there, the bill is on second reading. A floor amendment has been proposed, number 0563S by Senator Perkins Coca.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Amendment 2025-0563S, and I'd like to speak to my amendment.
Please do so.
Thank you. When SB 188 came forward a couple of weeks ago, there were a couple of concerns raised about the bill, and so I would like to thank my colleague from District 16. We've been able to work together on an amendment that I think addresses a couple of those issues well, and we've been able to talk with advocates to satisfy other concerns, and so I hope you'll join me in supporting this amendment and the bill ought to pass as amended.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any further discussion on the proposed floor amendment 0563S? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 188 FN. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 193 FN, an act requiring the head of each state agency to submit a strategic plan for program activities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 2-1. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Top of the afternoon to you, Madam President. I'm getting ready for St. Patrick's Day a little early. I move Senate Bill 193 ought to pass. This bill creates the State Commission on Program Efficiency. This bill also requires the head of each state agency to submit a strategic plan for program activities to such commission and enables the commission to report to the Finance Committee of the House of Representatives budget recommendations based on such plans. The prime sponsor provided testimony that the impetus for this bill was the question, what do federal funds actually cost us? It has been a focus to examine government efficiency in government, as shown by the governor's new creation of a Commission on Government Efficiency, COGE, where COGE will be looking at agency efficiency, The commission created by this bill would examine program-level costs and efficiency. The majority of the committee felt that this was a nice complement to the work that COGE will be doing. The ED&A committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senators? Okay. Senator Waters, do you have a question? Okay, Senator Waters, recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam President. A question for the senator from District 23? So I just had a question about this, particularly about the Department of Transportation, in that it, as you know, prepares a 10-year highway plan every 2 years, which is just an incredibly comprehensive review of its expenditures and programs and fulfillment of them. Would this then require them to do a separate and additional report aside from the 10-year plan?
I might seek my chair's if he is more up on that than I. Thank you for the question. I don't have it would be a guess, and we don't like to make guesses, so.
Thank you.
Is there, a floor amendment is being proposed by Senator Sullivan. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This floor amendment, it just corrects an oversight a mistake I didn't catch in the beginning, and it just changes the year. No later than September 30th, 2026. The original bill says 2029, and it just corrects that error. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, is there any discussion on amendment number 0751S? Okay. The question is on the adoption of a floor amendment 0751S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 193. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted in order to third reading. There we go. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 59FN, an act establishing a recruitment incentive program with the community college system for public safety communicators, dispatchers, and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 59FN ought to pass. This bill expands the law enforcement, firefighter, and EMT recruitment and retention program in the community college system to include public safety communicators and dispatchers. It establishes the Police Standards and Training Recruitment and Retention Fund administered by the Police Standards and Training Council in support of the recruitment and retention program. Senate Bill 59 also provides a $100,000 transfer for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026 from the law enforcement officers, professional firefighters, and emergency medical technicians career development, recruitment, and retention fund established in RSA 188F72 to the Police Standards and Training Recruitment and Retention Fund established in RSA 188F73. The Police Standards and Training Council shall use the funds to support the career development, recruitment, and retention programs established in RSA 188F70. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 59 and asks for your support. And if I may make another remark?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. So there was an amendment on this bill which had originally called for a new appropriation of $125,000, but in education that amendment said there's no new appropriation. It's $100,000 that would come from the existing fund that we passed in the last budget to pay for the tuition and other things. And in working with this advisory group, they thought they had enough money in that fund to get through the next period and have sufficient funding for the tuition program, and that this funding would be reasonable to transfer in this way so that police Academy would have some funding aid to provide help to those recruits whose home departments are not covering certain expenses. This program is highly successful, a lot of uptake for it, just triple the number of firefighters that are taking courses just in the last six months. Now, I don't think that the fiscal note hadn't caught up with the bill. If there is a motion to table, I just would say I think it's ready to go to the House, and I would hope we could just pass it and send it along. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 59. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Okay. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 70 FN, an act creating a mobile driver's license and non-driver identification card. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-1. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 70 FN ought to pass. Effective January 1, 2026, this bill directs the Department of Motor Vehicles to create an optional driver's license and non-driver's identification card for our New Hampshire citizens, as well as an electronic management system to manage all aspects of their utilization. The system would allow individuals to carry their driver's license and identification credentials digitally on their mobile devices like their smartphone. The system will comply with the established security and interoperability standards established by the TSA. And additionally, Senate Bill 70 FN will require the system to comply with the provisions of RSA 507H, our Expectations of Privacy chapter of law. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 70 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
I rise in opposition to this bill. I understand the merits of it. However, for both privacy and cost reasons, I do have some issues with the bill. And I was very happy this morning to hear my colleagues from Districts 2 and 6 speak about the importance of privacy, because I really agree with them. That is what Granite Staters want. One of the primary privacy issues with this bill is the potential for surveillance and centralized control over data. Critics of mobile driver's licenses argue that without proper safeguards, these mobile driver's licenses could become tools for governments to monitor citizens' movements and activities. Transparent privacy standards would be vital in establishing and maintaining public trust. But without these crucial measures, the potential misuse of personal data could lead to a loss of trust, one that is incredibly difficult to regain. It's also not clear to me why we would want to create another government program when Apple Wallet or Google Wallet could be available to do the job for those who want a mobile driver's license. And this is what the state of Georgia has done. This bill has an unfunded cost of $3.6 million at a time when the highway fund is going to go into deficit. This will inevitably lead to cuts elsewhere in the Department of Safety. So for these reasons, I may be the only one in the chamber who's opposed to this bill, but I am. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Rosenwald. Again, the bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 70. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and I recognize Senator Gray. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 71FN, an act relative to cooperation with the federal immigration authorities. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4 to 2. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 71FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill provides that local government entities may not prohibit or impede state or federal enforcement agencies from complying with Title VIII of the United States Code, which applies to enforcement of immigration-related laws. Violation of this proposed chapter may result in the enforcement action by the Attorney General, who may seek injunction relief or punitive damages. This bill further authorizes the county corrections officials to hold individuals subject to immigration and customs enforcement detentions for up to 48 hours following the resolution of their state charges, excluding Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, in order to permit the assumption of the custody by the federal authorities. The Senate Finance Committee amended the bill to require the agencies refusing to honor an immigration detainer for the inmate to report each such refusal to the Attorney General. The Senate Finance Committee recommends the passage of Senate Bill 71FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Okay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there a further discussion or amendment? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to introduce Amendment 414S for Senate Bill 71. The Democrats' position on this has been clear the whole time. Senate Bill 71, as currently written and amended, gives county law enforcement the added responsibility, which they are not shirking, but it asks local taxpayers to foot the bill. Here in my home district, a contract that we have with federal marshals right now provides the county with upwards of $100 a day, plus the hourly rates for transportation and health care per detainee. Now imagine a detainee that has severe or chronic health issues which need to be attended to. A health episode while in custody is going to become the responsibility of the Granite State taxpayers. Here's what our amendment does. It protects the wallets of Granite Staters by simply requiring, before the jails are required to hold that detainee, that they sign an agreement that the federal government will compensate them for that time. This is a common sense amendment that protects local taxpayers from footing a federal bill. If we're seriously here to lower costs for Granite Staters, then vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reardon. Senate is out of recess. We're continuing the discussion on floor amendment 0414, and I recognize Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. The amendment is problematic in that it seems that it would not require the people to retain these people if they had not provided the agreement. The bill that we've already acted on already cites that chapter, and if a county or whatever wants to get reimbursed, it is provided for in that. So in my opinion, this amendment is not needed, and I will not support it.
Thank you very much, Senator Gray. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, a roll call has been requested on Amendment 0414 by Senator Birdsall, seconded by Senator Avard. Okay. Okay. Please pay attention to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
No.
Senator Lang.
No.
Senator McConkey.
No.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
No.
Senator Innes.
No.
Senator Ward.
Nope.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
Yes.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
No.
Senator Rosenwald.
Yes.
Senator Reardon.
Yes.
Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
No.
Senator Sullivan.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
No.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes.
Senator Abbas.
No.
Senator Gannon.
No.
Senator Altschiller.
Yes.
And Senator Carson.
No. The noes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. Oh, excuse me, 8 to 16. The floor amendment is not adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 71. Are you ready? Okay, there. Okay. Are you ready for the question? A roll call has been requested by Senator Abbas, seconded by Senator Pearl. Okay, the clerk will call the roll. Point of order, please.
Okay.
Yes.
We're voting on the bill as amended with the committee amendment.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. Okay. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted and ordered to third reading. Before we move on, somebody left their phone in the, okay, your phone is up here, Tricia. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 106FN, an act relative to the participation of customer generators in net energy metering. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 106FN ought to pass. This bill establishes or expands the net metering program to include a new definition called industrial host generators that will be industrial or commercial generators between 1 megawatt and 5 megawatts and allow them to participate in the net metering process. This bill also requires that the industrial host group consume 100% of their electricity that they generate, so it's not made as be a commercial generator just to create a revenue stream, but to actually offset the use of electricity used in our manufacturing and industrial processes. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 106FN and asks for your support, and I do have a floor amendment, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Lang. The bill is on second reading, Is there any further discussion? Senator Lang, you're recognized to present Floor Amendment 0543S.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is the amendment that you have before you. Section 2 of the floor amendment addresses a housekeeping item. It simply clarifies that the reconciliation between generation and consumption is done annually, not monthly. It's to make it clear that this is to look at an overall production. There are certain times where generation is going to be really high and certain times where generation is going to be low, but the goal is to have these operators be able to work on a yearly basis and make sure that it ends at 100% to be eligible for net metering.
Thank you very much, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the floor amendment 0543S. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further amendment. Do you have one?
No, ma'am. I just wanted to state for the record I've recused from this vote.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator. Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 106. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 114 FNA, an act making appropriations to the Department of Health and Human Services to support community and transitional housing through community mental health centers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 114 FNA ought to pass with an amendment. This bill appropriated $1.5 million to DHHS to support mental health housing. Senate Finance increased the appropriation to support the existing mental health housing stock and develop expansion of existing facilities to $1.5 million for the next fiscal year. The appropriation for community mental health center supported housing programs was increased to $2 million for the next biennium. Both appropriations shall be non-lapsing. In addition, the bill directs the department to increase Medicaid reimbursement rates for community mental health center housing programs for high acuity individuals from the current rate of approximately $278 per day to $350 per day, and 50% of this cost will be from federal funds. Senate Finance recommends passage of Senate Bill 114 FNA as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Rosenwald. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 114. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 115 FN, an act making an appropriation for regional drinking water infrastructure. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 115 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill appropriates $28.87 million from the general fund to the Department of Environmental Services for the purpose of funding regional drinking water infrastructure as part of Phase 2 of the Southern New Hampshire Regional Water Project. These funds are non-lapsing. The Senate Finance Committee amended Senate Bill 155 FN to ensure no current public utility ratepayer shall be adversely affected by any direct or indirect costs to bring drinking water to communities receiving new services through any projects funded by this appropriation. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 115 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 115. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and I recognize Senator Gray. Thank you, Senator. The motion to lay on the table is now non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 116 FN, an act relative to the Pillsbury Lake Village District Community Water System, making an appropriation. Therefore, having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 116 FN ought to pass. This bill appropriates $325,000 from the general fund to the Pillsbury Lake Village District for the biennium ending June 30th, 2027. The funds will address loan costs associated with upgrades, including $115,000 for pipe improvements in Webster, $105,000 for an upgraded water filtration system, and $65,000 for well development. This appropriation will reduce local expenditures in the Pillsbury Lake Village District. It is unknown when the funds will be expended. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 116 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 116. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Thank you, Senator. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 117 FNA, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Education to fund the online tutoring program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-1. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 117 FNA ought to pass with amendment. This bill provides $1 million general fund appropriation for the biennium ending June 30th, 2027 to the Department of Education to continue the state's online tutoring program, which is available to all New Hampshire students statewide. The New Hampshire Finance Committee amendment to Senate Bill 117 FNA is to remove the name of the current program provider from the bill and also to require the department to report annually on the program's use and effectiveness. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 117 FNA and as amended and asks for your support.
Thank you, Senator Lang. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No? Okay. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Thank you, Senator. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Okay. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 158 FN, an act raising the funding cap for the New Hampshire Community Development Finance Authority. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Waters for the committee.
Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 158 FN ought to pass. This bill increases the cap on contributions received by the Community Development Finance Authority, for which a credit can be taken, from $5 million to $10 million. Although SB 158 FN does decrease revenue from the BET, and insurance premium tax, the increase in contributions will leverage additional federal funds, result in economic activity that will generate revenue and result in new jobs. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 158 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 158. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Thank you, Senator. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 238 FN, an act extending funding for the Adverse Childhood Experiences Prevention and Treatment Pilot Program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 238 FN ought to pass with an amendment. This bill originally extended the Adverse Childhood Experiences Pilot Program for the biennium ending June 30th, 2027. Senate Finance amended the bill by establishing the Adverse Childhood Experiences Prevention and Treatment Program as an ongoing program rather than a pilot program within the Department of Health and Human Services. And the bill makes an appropriation for this purpose. Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 238 FN as amended, and we ask for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 238. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. I recognize Senator Gray for a motion.
Move to table.
Thank you, Senator. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 239 FN, an act requiring the general fund to cover the cost of the Fish and Game Department retirement contributions and technology services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 6-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 239 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill originally sought to require the general fund be used to cover the costs of Fish and Game Department retirement contributions and technology services. Upon further discussions with the department, the Senate Finance Committee revised Senate Bill 239 to reflect the sum of $400,000 for the fiscal year ending June 30th of 26 and $400,000 for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 27, be appropriated to the department for the purpose of environmental review for threatened and endangered species. This appropriation shall not lapse. In addition, the sum of $2 million for the for the fiscal year ending June 30th of 26 is appropriated to the Fish and Game Fund to cover a deficit for previously instituted salary increases. This appropriation as well shall not lapse. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 239 FN as amended and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 239. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Thank you, Senator. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. 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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The clerk of the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 242 FN, an act relative to the cost of living adjustments for certain Group 2 retirees in the New Hampshire retirement system. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 7-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you again, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 242 FN ought to pass. This bill establishes a Group 2 retirement cost of living adjustment in 2025 to be paid from the general fund. The amount payable would be 5% of the first $50,000 or less of retired Group 2 members who have been retired for at least 120 months, but not more than 239 months prior to or on July 1st of 2025. 10% would be paid to members who have been retired for 20 or more years, as well as any beneficiary of such member who is receiving an allowance. There is no impact on employer contributions since the change is to be terminally funded from the general fund, and the change only affects members currently in receiving status who meet the requirements needed to receive the supplemental benefit. The estimated cost of Senate Bill 242 FN would be an increase in general fund expenditures of $98.4 million in 2025. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 242 FN and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 242. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to table.
Thank you, Senator. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 134 FN, an act relative to work requirements under the state Medicaid program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment with a vote of 3-2. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 134 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill directs the Department of Health and Human Services to resubmit the 1115 demonstration waiver to CMS regarding community engagement and work requirements under the state Medicaid program. The bill also directs the department to provide an annual report to the legislature regarding the status of the implementation. An amendment requiring the waiver to be approved by the general court before submission has been adopted. The committee heard testimony that work requirements, which are built into the food stamps and TANF program, will help low-income families by giving them a way out of poverty. Furthermore, the exemptions built into the waiver will protect certain populations, such as the elderly and disabled. The general court's review of the waiver will ensure that proper protections are put in place for those who should not be working. The majority of the Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on Senate Bill 134 FN. And Madam President, I ask for a roll call.
Thank you very much, Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the ought to pass motion. And what I'd like to share with my colleagues today is something not only that we heard at our hearing about the Medicaid work requirement, but reflecting and looking back at our hearing that we had last year on the Granite Advantage. And I want to bring those two things together because what I know, and I believe what we know from our work as a body, is when Granite Staters have access to health care, then they are, no, it's okay. When they have access to health care, then they are healthy. And when they are healthy, we have a healthy workforce. We have heard this from the hospitals. We have heard this from the businesses. And we've heard it from the people themselves, having to choose between getting healthy and going to work. There was a point in time in the Granite State when that was your choice, but the Granite Advantage moved us away from that. And why that's important is that people like Michelle Lawrence from Henniker, she came to speak to us last year and she came to speak to us this year, and she shared with us that she had had a full-time job, that she had become sick with cancer, that she didn't have a steady income because she was so sick that she lost her job, and that from time to time she used these words exactly, not just once, but 2 years, she would lay in bed at night and try to decide, am I going to use the money what I have to pay for my cancer treatment or my rent? Like, how am I going to balance this all? And when we expanded Medicaid in the state, when the Granite Advantage came about, she was able to get access to health care, she was able to get her cancer treated, she was able to go back to work, and then get insurance, commercial insurance, through her employer. We know that Michelle and others that came to testify before us, if they can work, that they will work. They want to work. Having to make that choice is the place that we're in. I want to point out a few other groups that have spoken, have brought this perspective to this, to this body. There was a North Country business from Littleton, Jen Foote, 100 people he employs in Littleton, and he talked about how he has worked with folks who are in recovery, that they have been able to get Medicaid, that they have been able to get healthy, and they have been able to go to work, and they work for him, and now they're on his insurance. The BIA has spoken to this about the impact on the healthy workforce. The Greater Nashua Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Hunt, has spoken. Now, this was not this year, this was during the Granite Advantage, but it all ties into the overall conversation about healthy Granite Staters, healthy workforce, and people like Michelle and others who came to speak to us. If they can work, they want to work. We shouldn't force them to have to make that choice. Hospitals talk about the cost of uncompensated care and the difference between before we had Medicaid, before we had the granted advantage, and now. And when they looked at this, they said for uninsured patients, before the granted advantage went into place, they had $157 million in uncompensated care. Okay, they now, in 2012 to 2014, that was, and then they went to 2017 to 2019, 65.1 million. That's a significant drop. So we've heard it from the people, we've heard it from the businesses, and we've heard it from the hospitals. And lastly, pointing out that New Hampshire is not the first state to consider this. I know that we have done this before, but both Georgia and Arkansas have taken on Medicaid expansion, and they have seen the eligible population and those that are enrolled to get healthy, that there is a coverage gap. In Georgia, it is, we're talking 175,000 people are eligible, 5,100 are in the program. In Arkansas, 18,000 citizens left the Medicaid program because they couldn't balance their illness, whatever medical needs they had with the workforce. So I just wanted to bring out one more time, healthy granted staters, healthy workforce. We've heard it from the people, we have heard it from the businesses, we've heard it from the hospitals. So I will leave my comments there and ask my colleagues to join me in not supporting the ought to pass motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any further discussion? Senator Pearl. Oh, we did. Okay. Oh, sorry. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 134? Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I would urge my colleagues to support Senate Bill 134. We are a state that prides itself on work to support our families, independence, and self-sufficiency. Work requirements will help low-income families by offering them a way out of poverty. Medicaid and other welfare programs should be a bridge for non-aged, non-disabled adults, not a destination. Today, we have work requirements built into our food stamp and temporary aid for needy families programs. This should be no different because the policy is the same. Work helps families reach independence and is a core value in promoting health and wellness. Additionally, the Heritage Foundation has provided research of the hidden costs of staying on the Medicaid program. That could be up to $323,000 in foregone lifetime wages for men and up to $212,000 in lost lifetime wages for women. Thus encouraging low-income individuals to work more could significantly improve their living standards. This, taken together along with other work requirements that currently exist in social programs, improves health and welfare programs of individuals. Now, I want to be clear. This bill and the waiver that will proceed applies to those that are capable of working, and exemptions will be built into the waiver, just like we've had in the past. And they take into account any of the reasonable exemptions that should apply, such as where a single mom is working for an infant child or someone is really ill. These exemptions will exist. I think this is a good bill for our state. I think that we have a real work shortage, and I think it would be good to make sure that all of the able-bodied individuals that are able to work in this state can do so. And I would encourage you to support Senate Bill 134. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 134. Are you ready for the question? Senator Rosenwald, you'd like to speak?
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, rise with my colleague from District 5 in opposition to the pending motion. And I would just mention first that it's a work and community engagement requirement. Much of what is in our statute is not about work, but about other reasons why somebody may stay out of the workforce. And I really want to talk about this from a different perspective, because we've been here before. We tried to implement a work and community engagement requirement 6 years ago when Granted Advantage was reauthorized in 2018. We tried to implement it in 2019, and it cost us over $4 million. We sent mail, we made phone calls, we hired people, and most bizarre of all to me, we sent state employees from both DHHS and Employment Security away from their normal duties out into communities like Nashua to knock on doors to find enrollees and say, you might be subject to this requirement. Well, guess what? Their contact rate was minuscule, which isn't surprising because 65% of the enrollees were already working. Many others were full-time students or busy caring for aging parents, ill themselves, getting mental health or substance use disorder treatment. A work requirement for low-income people who are of working age sounds reasonable. Working is the best way to pull oneself out of poverty. There's nobody who's going to dispute that. The reality, though, is that implementing it will cost $5 million now, likely as much as it could save us through people being dropped from the program. It's just not an efficient use of scarce public dollars. We could put that $5 million to way better use in expanding access to substance use disorder or mental health treatments. So I hope my colleagues will join us in voting down the ought to pass as amended motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 134. Are you ready for the question? Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Birdsell, seconded by Senator Avard. The clerk will call the roll.
For Kate to leave. Just because I have a hard time hearing sometimes. Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 253 FN, an act relative to participation in the federal 340B drug pricing program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 253 FN, inexpedient to legislate. This bill prohibits a drug manufacturer from denying or restricting acquisition or delivery of a 340B covered drug by a covered entity unless receipt of the drug is prohibited by federal law. The bill also prohibits a drug manufacturer from requiring certain claims of or utilization data from a 340B covered entity unless required by federal law. This bill makes such actions a violation of the Consumer Protection Act. The 340B drug program represents an agreement between drug manufacturers and the federal government. With the intent, it stretches scarce resources to help patients and the community. While there's some systematic issues with the program resulting in revenue losses for providers, this is a federal issue that needs to be addressed with a federal solution. The majority of the Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support on a motion of inexpedient to legislate SB 253FN. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 253. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 54, FN, an act relative to refusal of consent to testing to determine alcohol concentration and penalties for aggravated driving while intoxicated. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 1. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 54 FN ought to pass. 54 increases the period of administrative license suspension for refusal to submit to a breathalyzer from 180 days up to 1 year for the first-time offenders. Senate Bill 54 also provides that out-of-state refusals may be considered prior offenses. This bill also enables individuals to reduce their suspensions and/or suspend their sentences for aggravated DWI if they elect to cooperate with police and complete impaired driver care management programs. The Senate Judiciary Committee heard testimony detailing the state of New Hampshire's uniquely high refusal rate, making this proposal pivotal in improving driving safety, performance, cooperation among citizens and law enforcement agencies. Let's bag them, let's tag them, and get them off the roads so our loved ones can drive on safe roads. Please support the motion of ought to pass on Senate Bill 54. Thank you, Madam President. If I might have 25 seconds to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Yes, you may.
Thank you, Madam. Our uniquely high refusal rate is 68%, and it's always one of the top in the nation. Nationally, the refusal rate is 24%. Why that's important, some people always remind me I don't always have studies. I don't always have the factual data, but I have anecdotal evidence. This time I come with the studies. National Highway Safety Administration suggests the refusal rate in DUI, driving under the influence tests, are tied to higher levels of impaired driving. When individuals refuse testing, they are often likely to be under the influence, which is correlated with an increased likelihood of accidents. States with higher refusal rates experience more impaired drivers on the road, which can negatively impact road safety. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam President. I wholeheartedly agree that Part 1 of Section 2, subsection B, that brings prior convictions of driving while intoxicated into consideration for temporary loss of license is a good idea. There's a lot of good ideas in this bill. In Part 7, the bill imposes a 180-day suspension of license for 6 months. No argument there. The issue brought up in the executive session, and I hear now that there's some confusion. The issue brought up in the executive session was that the current penalty for refusing a breathalyzer test is an automatic 6-month suspension. Breathalyzer tests are accepted deterrents and complement the implied consent of receiving a New Hampshire driver's license. This bill allows for no judicial discretion between the current 6 months and 1 year, as proposed in this bill. Not up to 1 year, as my colleague just reported out. It is actually 1 year. So effectively, this bill creates a harsher penalty for refusing a breathalyzer test in Part 1 of the bill than the actual guilty plea that's outlined in Part 7. Drunk driving is a serious issue that deserves better crafted legislation. I have a strong suspicion that this bill will pass. And I hope our colleagues on the other side of the wall will address the incongruities in this bill. Make no mistake, there's no support of drunk driving coming out of District 24. As a matter of fact, we think the 6-month suspension, automatic suspension, is fine, and had no quibbles with extending for 6 months, but only if there were judicial discretion, of which there is not. So now we have a penalty for not taking the breathalyzer test that's harsher than a guilty penalty. So, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Altshuler. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Just to clarify, this is not a penalty. I'm going to say it one more time. It's not a penalty. It's an administrative suspension. The penalty, that's done through the courts in the criminal justice system. All right? This is administratively done when it's refused. It's implied consent. When you drive, you consent to taking this test, and it's an administrative suspension automatically if you refuse it. And as my colleague from District 23 said, we have the highest refusal rate in the country, and therefore we feel that the administrative side of this, it should be an automatic 1-year suspension. And I just want to clarify the suggestion of having the judicial system of the courts intervene in this. Well, it's an administrative suspension. This is not even going through the courts. If the case is never prosecuted, this administrative suspension is not something that is done through the court system. It's outside of that. So please join me and support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Abbas. Again, the bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 54. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, Senate Bill 141 FN, an act extending the time to petition for new trial in certain cases. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-1. Senator Reardon for the committee.
Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 141 FN ought to pass. Senate Bill 141 provides an exception to and an expansion of the time frame to petition for a new trial. Under current law, individuals have 3 years to petition. Senate Bill 141 absolves certain cases of adhering to the 3-year window, namely cases in which new or novel evidence is uncovered or cases in which the evidence considered may be held to a more accurate, more modern and frame of testing and analysis. Only 5 other states in the Union impose such a narrow window for petition. Please join the Senate Judiciary Committee in supporting the ought to pass motion so we may stand with the rest of the country in the maintenance and pursuit of justice and the right to a fair trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reardon. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 141. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, Senate Bill 267 FN, an act relative to the penalty for engaging in prostitution as a patron. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 267 FN ought to pass. One of the fundamental purposes of this body is to safeguard and ensure the well-being of all individuals within our borders. Accordingly, Senate Bill 267 closes longstanding gaps regarding the safety and justice for those who are victims of human trafficking and prostitution. Several individuals appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee to detail the personal harm, horror, and disregard they were subjected to while being trafficked. Far too often, it is those victims who are prosecuted under the law which fails to reduce the demand for services they are often forced into. Senate Bill 267 shifts accountability to those demanding these services and provides critical funding to support those who fall victim to their conduct. In the best interest of the women abused by human trafficking and prostitution in the state, please join the Senate Judiciary Committee in support of the ought-to-pass motion on Senate Bill 267. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I recognize Senator Abbas for a proposed floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I would, at this time, offer floor amendment 2025-0713S. And working with my colleague from District 10, we were able to work together on this. And so what the floor amendment will do, one thing, the funding would actually go to the Department of Justice, and that's the money that's the extra $500 of the fine, and that specific money would help the New Hampshire Human Traffic Collaborative Task Force. And as I mentioned, prostitution, sadly, is an industry, and what the public sometimes is naive of is the human trafficking element that goes along with that. And there's been a stigma for a very long time blaming the prostitutes, the people who are forced into this industry against their will. It's one of the times the victim is being blamed more often than the people funding the market. And being persuaded by the testimony that I heard that there is no industry without a demand for it. And therefore, we thought it was the right time to address the penalty for someone who's paying or offering to pay for prostitution by making that a Class A misdemeanor. And I believe that will serve as a deterrent by having a legitimate penalty to go along with that act, and hopefully will reduce the demand for this industry, which is a drain on our society. So please join me in adopting Amendment 2025-0713S. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Floor amendment number 0713 has been proposed. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment? Okay. Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 267. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Yep. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 271, an act relative to qualifications for issuing veterans' license plates to include general discharge under honorable conditions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 271 ought to pass. It fills me with great pride in representing our veterans. Under federal guidelines, a veteran is defined as anyone who served in active military duty and was discharged under anything but dishonorable. Recognizing our veterans is about ensuring fairness and acknowledging their place in our nation's history. This bill would broaden the eligibility criteria for special numbered plates for veterans and special veteran designations on driver's license to include not only those veterans defined in RSA 2150, but also those who received a general discharge under honorable conditions. In the great state of New Hampshire, we strive to be the most veteran-friendly state in the nation. Someone who served and was discharged under honorable conditions should be able to show their love of our country and the people they were willing to die for. Having the ability to obtain special numbered plates for veterans and special veteran designations on driver's license is one important step towards that. Senate Bill 271 has the full support of the New Hampshire Veterans Advisory Committee, who met with us and unanimously decided this was long overdue. I ask for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 271. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 168 FNL, an act regulating online gambling and directing net proceeds to the Education Trust Fund and General Fund and to reimburse municipalities for elderly, disabled, blind, and deaf tax exemptions. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Move to table.
The motion to table is non-debatable. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Senate Bill 168 is laid on the table. We are at the conclusion of the regular calendar and will take up the bills that were removed from the consent calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 87, an act relative to one-day liquor license requirements and making salons and barbershops eligible for on-premise licenses. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 6-0. Senator Fenton for the committee.
Senator Fenton.
Yes, trying to find my paperwork now.
Senator.
Apologize, Madam President. I didn't know I was speaking on this because it came off consent. If I recall correctly, Commerce voted 6-0 on Senate Bill 87. That would is relative to one-day liquor licenses requirements and making salons and barbershops eligible for on-premise licenses. And I don't have my notes in front of me, so that's all you're going to get. Sorry, Madam President.
Very much. Wait a second. I think Senator Gray is coming to help you out.
Now? This bill would allow for-profit organizations to receive a one-day liquor license, and it would permit barbershops, salons, and spas to be eligible for on-premise licenses. This bill would codify existing practice to ensure these businesses are not violating the law. Tasting for a one-day liquor license would be approved by the Liquor Commission if violations have occurred, such as underage drinking. A business would have their one-day liquor license suspended. Thank you, Senator Gray and Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fenton. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? And I will recognize Senator Waters for an amendment.
I have one introduced for Amendment 562S, and I will speak to the amendment, if I may.
Yes.
Well, as you heard, this bill was brought forward to address two issues that we had a not-for-profit one-day license, and a lot of businesses thought that it would be convenient for them to be offered a glass of wine when they had an event at their business. So that's part of the bill. And the other part was to recognize that it has become a custom to offer alcoholic beverages in salons and barbershops. And over the last few years, and that in itself was illegal, right? You know, that you can't do that without, but the Liquor Commission was not about to go in and bring the hammer down on, you know, somebody being offered a glass of wine. However, over the last few years, what has developed is that some of these salons and barbershops now have full-service bars, which not only sometimes provide free beverages, but charge for them. So it has basically become a cocktail lounge. So what we wanted to do in the bill then was to bring forward an opportunity for them to get a license for that, like anybody else who is selling alcohol. After the bill passed out of the committee, Chief Armagenian came to me and said that the Commission overlooked the fact that if you are a cocktail lounge, it's unfair for other cocktail lounges who are paying a license fee not to have one. But he agreed that we should probably have this be half the price of a regular one. So that's what you'll see here. The amendment adds that cocktail lounge license fee at a reduced rate for the salons and barber shops. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill, again, is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion on the proposed amendment? The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0562S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 87. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. Okay, here we go. Okay. The committee will be in recess for 3 minutes. The Senate is out of recess, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Madam President, the Committee on Education, to which was referred Senate Bill 99FN, an act relative to regional career and technical education agreements. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
I may have a moment. Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 99. Senate Bill 99 expands access to the career and technical education, which is the CTE program, by requiring regional CTE agreements to include an access program for full and part-time students. It ensures equal access for sending district students online tuition and transportation responsibilities, and allows non-public and charter school students to attend the nearest regional CTE center. So please join me in support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters is recognized to propose a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to move floor amendment 798S, and I'd like to speak to it as it says being distributed. Thank you, Madam President. And just to expand briefly on the remarks made by the introducer of the bill, that we have worked for over a decade now, a bipartisan group in the House and Senate, to try to expand access to career and technical education. It's been highly successful so far. The enrollments are very strong. We've created some new programs. We have the federal funding that comes in. We've spent money for renovation, and this is the primary workforce development for our young people. A complication has been over the years about how the receiving schools, if you don't have a CTE in your own town, then you have an agreement that you send your students to a receiving school. So you have sending schools and receiving schools. A few years ago, we saw that there were great difficulties in coordinating that process. For one thing, scheduling days were way off, sometimes 2 or 3 weeks, and it made it very hard for a student from a sending school to actually complete their program because of that calendar misalignment. So we sent up these regional career and technical education agreements to be a vehicle for doing these things. The other issue that has come up now is that there are students who, from a sending school, because of transportation scheduling and other kinds of scheduling, would not be able to take their CTE program and to fulfill their non-CTE academic requirements at their sending school. So what this bill seeks to do is to say that if you need to make your schedule work by taking a course or two at the receiving school, you can do that. Up to 3 courses, you'd be a part-time student, or you could be over 3 courses and make yourself into a full-time student at that receiving school. Now, this is all under space availability and the regional agreements, looking over how this will work out. And then another area I thought was extremely important, that right now students are, if you're homeschool, charter school, or non-public school, you have a right to take CTE. But I wanted to make sure that those students who are going to non-public schools wouldn't have to, if they're going to a non-public school, 20, 30, 40 miles away from their home, that they wouldn't have to go all the way back there to take CTE, because guess what? It's never going to happen. So it says if you're closer to another CTE, you can go to that one. And I think that makes great common sense. Now, after the bill passed out of education, we heard from some of the CTE directors and others about some concerns about some of the language and how this is going to work, and it became obvious that what we needed to do is to change the word school to district, and then to clarify on lines 11 and 12 here that this is under the agreements, and these things will be done consistent with resident district pupils. And then also on the back page, it clarifies, as just an omission, it clarifies the responsibility for special education, which is just the way we do it now, but it just wanted to make sure that in these new circumstances that the current ways in which the sending district is responsible for special ed would be maintained here. So it's largely technical, but I think it will address the concerns were raised after the bill was passed in education. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The bill is now on, let's see, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 098S. Is there any further discussion on the floor amendment? Okay, seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 99. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 225 FNL, an act requiring public notice before reassessment of property values for local tax purposes. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 225 ought to pass with amendment. Senate Bill 225 required municipalities post a 90-day notice before conducting any annual or 5-year property revaluation. The amendment addresses concerns the committee heard regarding the length of time between the notice of preliminary value and the tax bill. The amendment shortens the 90-day requirement to a 45-day requirement and clarifies the number of locations the municipality must post a notice. For these reasons, the committee recommends ought to pass with amendment. If I could speak for one moment.
Thank you, Senator Lang. Yes, you may.
I'm going to ask you to vote down the committee amendment. Senator Gray is going to be bringing a floor amendment which corrects a technical issue, which he'll speak to when he presents his floor amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask everybody to remember Senator Lang is asking us to say no to the committee amendment, so Senator Gray may bring in another amendment. Okay. The bill is now on the second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. 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 Okay. The noes have it and the committee amendment fails. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? And I recognize Senator Gray to introduce floor amendment number 0602S.
Thank you, Madam President. I do move Senate Amendment 0602S. The committee had a committee amendment in drafting when we passed the bill. When it got to OLS rearranged the bill, the amendment that we had written, so it's structured different. The content is really the same, but to make sure that we pass this in the proper method, I wanted to make sure that we brought this out as a floor amendment so that there would be no question about it afterward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gray. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0602S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. 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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 225. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 65 FN, an act relative to stormwater management for solar arrays. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 65 creates a permit by notification to streamline the permitting process and focuses on environmental outcomes rather than the methods to achieve these outcomes. This legislation applies to solar projects that produce 5 megawatts or less. And Madam President, if I may speak for a moment after? May I continue?
Yes, you may.
All right, thank you. I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote down the committee amendment. There was a technical error in drafting, and OLS, when they put the amendment out, they neglected to do a replace all after the enacting clause, and they did a replace after section 1, which left a section of the bill in that we did not want to pass. So I'm going to ask you to vote down the committee amendment, and I have a floor amendment to present to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The first order of business is on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? And remember, Senator Pearl has asked us to vote no on the committee amendment, so he may introduce a floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, we got one. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have, the noes have it, and the committee amendment fails. Senator Pearl, you may introduce floor amendment 0738S.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move floor amendment 738S and speak to it if I may.
Sure can.
Thank you. So this amendment corrects the technical error that was made, and it replaces all after the enacting clause and gets rid of the section 1 that was in the committee amendment. So I would ask you to support the floor amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Pearl. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0738S. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. 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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 65. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred Senate Bill 227 FN, an act relative to site setbacks for landfills. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to committee by a vote of 4-1. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you again, Madam President. Senate Bill 227 FN requires site-specific setbacks for new landfills near perennial rivers, lakes, and coastal waters in New Hampshire. Applicants must fund independent hydrological studies to determine groundwater seepage rates, ensuring contaminated groundwater does not reach water bodies within 5 years. The bill mandates a minimum setback of either this calculated distance or 200 feet, whichever is greater. It also establishes soil permeability requirements, mandates subsurface investigation, and requires landfill facilities to maintain 24/7 staffing. The Department of Environmental Services estimates the bill will increase county and local expenditures by $100,000 to $500,000 annually beginning in fiscal year 2026. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The motion is to refer to committee. Is there any further discussion? Senator Rochford.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the committee for their work on this, and I want to thank the opportunity to keep this alive. You know, as a House member, and I ran on this, the Senate was the place that good bills go to die. And thank you for not killing this bill. I appreciate that. But the bill came back as a re-referral. I'm going to ask my peers today to reconsider that. I also want to thank the Department of Environmental Services for revising and changing the rules regarding the solid waste permitting that they did over the last year or so. But being involved in that process for a long time, one of the issues that we brought up over and over again was the fact that the number is arbitrary. So it used to be 200 feet from a body of water, you could cite a landfill. And we contended in years past that that's just an arbitrary number. There should be some science behind it, because there's a difference between whether you put trash on concrete or clay or granite or gravel or sand, how that's going to leak out into the various bodies of water, drinking water, surface water, and whatnot. So the department did a big revision of the rules, and there was, in my opinion, an oversight. They did address that, but they moved it from one arbitrary number of 200 feet to another arbitrary number of 500 feet. And what 227 does here is it just adds some scientific basis for permitting and siting and setbacks. And it's not controversial, to the point where I'm going to tell you it's so uncontroversial that 3 years ago, Senate Bill 227 was the position of the Senate. So 1454, HB 1454 came from the House, passed the House, came to the Senate, and it passed the Senate, ironically, on a vote of 16-8. And so the Senate, just as recently as 3 years ago, said, this is a good bill, this is a valid, this deserves looking into. Ultimately, it was vetoed by the governor at the time. The House overrode the veto. It was the only veto that the House overrode that year, and then it came back to the Senate, and there were some changes in the Senate during the summer, and ultimately there wasn't enough votes to override the veto. So I'm just asking you to take another look. Again, thank the committee for not killing it, but I'm asking you to take another look. Currently, we don't have a complete permit for a new landfill at DES. There's not a complete permit on file, so now, in my opinion, would be the time to do this rather than when there is a permit on file. So I would appreciate your vote to overturn the re-refer, so another motion could be made. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Rochford. Senator Avard?
Move to table.
Okay, tabling motion has been made. Is there a second? Okay, hold on. Is there a second? Well, you made the motion. You can't second it.
Oh, I can't.
Okay, Senator Innes seconds it. Okay, and now Senator Avard has requested a roll call. No. Oh, the table, but Senator Birdsall made the motion for the roll call. Is there a second? Senator Innes seconds. Okay. So, please pay attention to the clerk. She calls the roll.
Thank you. Senator Rochford.
No.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Yes.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
No.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator Long.
Yes.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes. The tabling motion passes 15-9, and Senate Bill 227 is laid on the table. Hold it to the end, so we just have a few more we need to get through. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred Senate Bill 56, an act relative to consolidating the New Hampshire Health and Education Facilities Authority within the Business Finance Authority. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Reardon for the committee.
Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 56 is an efficiency bill. It consolidates the backroom operations of New Hampshire Health and Education Facilities Authority within the BFA, and the bill establishes the BFA as the successor of the obligations of the New Hampshire Health and Education Facilities Authority.
Thank you very much, Senator. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Innes?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to ask that the body vote down the ought to pass motion so I can bring another motion forward. At the time the bill was put in, conditions were a little different than they are today. And as the senator from District 15 noted, made a lot of sense, was a good thing to do. The agencies that asked us to do it, however, have suggested that we might want to pull back just a little bit, wait for some external uncertainties to be settled, and then perhaps move forward. So I encourage the body, please vote down the ought to pass so I can bring a new motion forward. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Innes. Do I have, okay, let's see. The question is on the adoption, oh no, okay, Senator Innes, no, we got to do the, okay. Okay, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 56. Are you ready for the question? And I'll just remind everybody, Senator Innes has asked that we vote no on the committee report so he can introduce another motion. So, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the bill is open for another recommendation.
All right.
Senator Innes.
Madam President, I move re-refer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to re-refer to the committee on Senate Bill 56. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Okay. The ayes have it. The motion of re-refer to the committee is adopted. Okay. Next, please be attentive to the clerk.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred Senate Bill 17FN, an act relative to insurance cost-sharing calculations. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill originally provided that an insurer or pharmacy benefits manager shall include any amount paid by the enrollee or paid on their behalf when calculating an enrollee's contribution to cost-sharing calculations. An amendment has been adopted that will require an insurer to apply an amount paid by a third party, including an independent charity, to the enrollee's cost-sharing requirements, except in the case of a covered prescription drug for which there is a generic alternative or an interchangeable biological product for our most debilitating conditions, such as cancer and MS. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. The bill, thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 17. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion ought to pass as amended is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading.
No, it's supposed to, you're going to have to rescind the third reading.
Why?
It's supposed to be on the table.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going to rescind the third reading. Senator Birdsall.
Move to table.
Okay, we have a motion to table. That motion is non-debatable. All in favor of the tabling motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. So the bill is tabled. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which is referred Senate Bill 119 FN, an act relative to Medicaid pharmaceutical services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill was a request of the Department of Health and Human Services. It directs pharmacists to dispense brand-name drugs to Medicaid beneficiaries when the brand-name drug is on the department's preferred drug list. The bill also directs the department to develop a standing order for certain Medicaid-covered over-the-counter medications, medical supplies, and laboratory tests when deemed medically necessary and cost-effective by the department. This will provide cost savings to the state while ensuring patients continue to receive proper benefits. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Birdsall. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Is this Senate Bill 119?
Yes.
Yes. I'd like to move floor amendment 0752S.
Senator, I am ruling that amendment number 0752S is non-germane and will not be introduced.
Respectfully, Madam President, I appeal the ruling, and I would like to speak to my motion.
Okay. I just want to read something here from our rules concerning when rules that something is non-germane. The debate is limited to the specific decision of the presiding officer from which the appeal is made. The presiding officer is allowed to speak. The question to be put is, shall the decision of the president stand? And that's the question being put to the body this afternoon. And a tie vote also sustains the chair. So rather than discussing the content of the amendment, all comments should be addressed specifically to the germaneness of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The underlying bill is about Medicaid, our state's biggest program. The floor amendment is also about Medicaid, so I believe it is germane. It adds a new section only that would remove the automatic shutdown of Medicaid expansion starting in just 10 days if Congress were to change the federal match. And because Medicaid underpins our entire healthcare system, this Medicaid amendment, I believe, is germane. Ending the expansion program quickly would have significant damaging effects on the health and well-being of all Granite Staters and our hospitals, as well as on the opioid and mental health crises and commercial insurance rates, as $580 million disappears from our healthcare economy.
Madam President, we're supposed to be speaking on the germaneness of the amendment and not the subject of the amendment.
Could Senator just speak to the germaneness of your amendment rather than the substance of the amendment?
And thank you, Madam President. I'm trying to do that. If all of a sudden 58,000 people lose coverage, they will still get sick and end up in the ER. This will drive up uncompensated care, which is germane to Medicaid. The result is that hospitals will have to cut back on services.
Senator, I'm sorry, I've given you a lot of leeway, but again, you're delving into the substance of the amendment as opposed to whether or not it's germane to the bill. And I'm asking you again, please keep your comments to the germaneness of the amendment. Thank you.
I believe it is germane, but I'm not the presiding officer. May I do a parliamentary inquiry instead? Because
we
I'd
have
like
to deal
ask for a roll call on my motion.
A roll call on the motion challenging the chair?
Yes.
Okay, I believe that that's pretty much already going to happen.
Okay.
I expected that was going to happen, Senator.
May I do a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, you may do a parliamentary inquiry, but again, dealing just with the germaneness of the bill and why you believe it's germane. Hold on, Senator Gray has a point of order.
I think that parliamentary inquiries would actually be more appropriate after the bill has been put to the committee, because we still haven't done any rest of the testimony, and to fully do a good point of order, that debate needs to happen first. So that would be my point of order.
Are there any further points of order? Okay. What we have in front of us is, I've ruled the amendment is non-germane. Senator Rosenwald is challenging that ruling. So what we need to do now is take a vote to uphold the ruling of the chair or override the ruling of the chair. And Senator Rosenwald would like a roll call. Is there a second on the roll call? Second. Seconded by Senator Altshuler.
Okay.
Senator Gray?
Yes, I would like to speak to the germaneness. An example of germaneness happened in the Finance Committee just a few weeks ago, where there was a bill in front of us that dealt with two specific sections of a statute. The amendment that came forward from one of the senators deleted those two and went to something else. So it was in the same order, but it had completely different effect on the bill. And the reason that I ruled that one non-germane and would rule this one non-germane is the same thing, is that the people, the public, would have no indication that they should have come and testified about the way that money was being spent on the prior bill. And on this one, they had no indication of whether or not to come speak on whether or not we should end the Medicare program. So it's completely different when we look at the effect and how the public would be informed that that is what we are talking about. And that's the reason why when the good senator brought that bill to me and asked to bring it into finance, that I told her I would rule in finance that it was non-germane also.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there any further parliamentary inquiries? Senator Prentice.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, this is a parliamentary inquiry. So if I know that this amendment is germane because ending Medicaid expansion, the most important payer treatment service, the most important payer for treatment services will cause opioid overdose deaths to rise as 58,000 granted staters lose access to substance use disorder treatment. And if I know that the mental health crisis and ER boarding could also be worsened because people would lose Medicaid, would I now challenge this respectfully, would I now challenge this ruling?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. If I personal inquiry.
Yes.
If I believe the amendment 0752S is not germane, would I vote yes to uphold the president's ruling? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Senator Rosenwald, do you have an additional PI?
Well, I'd like to do a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay.
Thank you. If I know that this Medicaid amendment is indeed germane, and that ending Medicaid expansion quickly would have significant damaging effects on the health and well-being of all granted staters, not just the enrollees. And if I know that 1/3 of our hospitals are already operating in the red and removing $580 million from Medicaid reimbursements will lead to significant service cuts, causing treatment delays for all of our residents. Finally, if I know that the current law's 10-day shutdown notice for our current Medicaid expansion statute quite possibly means we cannot wait for the budget to take action, and we should give ourselves the opportunity to keep our options open, would I now vote no on the ruling. Thank you. And may I also say, this was really hard for me to challenge.
Completely understand. What we have before us now is Senator Altshuler. Do you have a parliamentary inquiry?
Inquiry, Madam President. If I know that Amendment 0752 is germane, and that ending Medicaid expansion will not cause the health of the covered population to improve miraculously, enrollees will still get sick, will still end up in the ER, getting the most expensive care and leading to increased uncompensated care, which hurts the Medicaid program. And if I know...
Parliamentary inquiry. Again, I keep repeating myself, senators, please, you have to keep your comments to the germaneness of the bill, not to go into what was the amendment about. Senator Altshuler, I'm going to ask you to please rethink what your comments are, stick to the germaneness of the bill so we can move forward. Senator Abbas also has a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam President. If I know that the germaneness of Amendment 0752S is contained in knowing the commercial insurance premiums will rise because some Medicaid expansion enrollees will buy coverage on the individual market. Would
Senator
I now?
Senator Abbas, parliamentary inquiry.
Madam President.
Would I now?
Senator, again, please, I keep repeating myself.
I hear you.
Do not talk about what is in the amendment. We're talking about the germaneness. I know you have points you want to make, and I understand that, but I'm telling you, please keep your comments directed towards the germaneness of the bill. Please, I don't want to rule you out of order,
respect, yes.
but please, just keep it to the germaneness.
Thank you, Madam President. Respectfully, I believe the contents of the amendment are germane, which is what I was speaking to. Will I now, after hearing that without Amendment 0752, we will have worse health risks than the rest of the population, will I now vote to appeal the ruling of the President? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Senator Abbas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam President. If I know just because the bill and the amendment both discuss Medicaid does not mean that the proposed amendment is germane. And Madam President, if I also know that all I've heard is discussions on the merits of what the non-germane amendment is as opposed to why it's germane, would I now vote yes and support the President's ruling that the amendment's non-germane? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. What we have before us is a ruling on, my ruling on the germaneness of the amendment of number 0752S. A roll call has been asked by Senator Rosenwald, and Senator Altshuler has seconded. Okay. I'm sorry?
I can wave off. I'll wave off.
Okay, he's going to wave off. I'm ready. Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Point of clarification, a yes vote is supporting the
Yes.
President. Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
Nope.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Coca.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
Respectfully, no.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. Okay. The motion passes to uphold the chair's ruling, 16 to 8. Floor amendment number 0752S is not going to be presented today. Okay, where we are right now is the bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 119. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which is referred Senate Bill 120, an act relative to insurance coverage for biomarker testing. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5 to 0. Senator Birdsell for the committee.
Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill requires health insurance coverage for biomarker testing and requires the state Medicaid plan to include coverage for biomarker testing. Upon discussion and collaboration among concerned parties, an amendment has been adopted to reflect a compromise between the stakeholders. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsell. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Okay. Senator Birdsell moves to table. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. Do you want it ought to pass as amended?
Oh.
And then laid on the table?
Sorry.
Okay, all right, we're gonna pull that one back a little. It's the end of the day, and it's been a long day. Okay. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 120. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is amended, and I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Move to table.
Okay. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. 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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. Okay.
We have one more.
Yep, I know, we got one more. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 290 FN, an act relative to the definition of torture in animal abuse cases. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to committee by a vote of 5 to 0. Senator Gannon for the committee.
I recognize Senator Pearl. Okay, there's a motion to lay Senate Bill 290 on the table. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. 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 All opposed say no. Okay, the ayes have it. The motion has been adopted.
Okay,
We've made it through the consent calendar.
I need to go talk to the House real quick.
Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute recess. Recess.
Just recognize me for a House message.
I recognize the clerk for a House message.
Thank you, Madam President. The House of Representatives concurs with the Senate in the amendments they follow entitled House Bill sent down from the Senate. House Bill 399 establishing a commission to study the New Hampshire Zoning Enabling Act. That's it.
I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to third reading be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my colleagues for indulging me after a really busy day. I just wanted to announce the birth of my latest grandchild last night. My oldest son, Matt Flanders, and his wife, Taylor Duhame Flanders, gave birth to a son last night, 5 weeks early, so we don't have a name yet, but we will. Thank you.
Congratulations, Senator Reardon. I'm going to ask our 2 pages to come forward. Senator Sullivan, would you like to come up?
Number 3.
I will do one and you will do the second. Okay. I'd like you all to give a round of applause to our pages today. I think they did a great job. And I'd like to present a resolution to Wolfgang Hieronymus. Did I get that correct? All right. By the Senate of the State of New Hampshire. This is to acknowledge your visit to the New Hampshire Senate and to express the hope that your interest in the affairs of government will continue. Only through the patriotic participation of good citizens can the fundamental freedoms of America be preserved. Oops. Here you go, and thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate
It's presented to Seamus Sullivan by the Senate of the State of New Hampshire. This is to acknowledge your visit to the New Hampshire Senate and to express the hope that your interest in the affairs of the government will continue. Only through the patriotic participation of good citizens can the fundamental freedoms of America be preserved.
Okay. Are there any other announcements to come before the Senate? Okay. Seeing none, without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent, other remarks shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.